Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it. And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 49 on the racing calendar, down to 3 live race days left. Let's take a quick look back at last Wednesday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, trainer Jerry Gorno was. He ended up getting the hat trick on the card, moving him up on Jared Brown 13 ahead, and that's pretty well sealed the victory for him as the leading trainer. And on the jockey's side, never in doubt, Jorge Carreño. Yeah, he's been absolutely on fire. Got one win on Wednesday, but his total is up to 78. The battle is on for second between Stanley Chady Jr. and Sheldon Chickeness. Both of them have been banging the wins up in the last few weeks. Stretch, what did you see on the racetrack besides a lot of closers on Wednesday?
That's true. There were a lot of closers. Weather was good, so we had some fast times. We also had a lot of wind, especially on the one day, and then it actually died down later. This is one of the first days that I actually adjusted my numbers halfway through, because you had to adjust for the weather and that wind. So it was quite strong and then almost died off completely. So I made note of that. That's basically the last half races there. So yes, Kurt, we've got those last 3 exciting ahead. Hopefully we can help out. But I thought we'd recap a little bit and just make some points here on the meet so far, and understanding the differences between bad beats, bad betting, and bad selections. Kurt and I have obviously had all 3 this year. Done them all, and we'll continue to do them all. But here's a bit of the difference to understand. So a bad beat I like to consider when a horse gets basically nipped at the wire and there's a little bit of bad racing, like maybe that horse had a bit of a tougher trip just on the outside and another horse comes up the rail and that one nips him at the wire. And that, I happened to have 2 of those last week to finish off the pick 4. That's not, it's unfortunate, but that's not bad handicapping or bad selection. Those are going to happen. So you just have to understand that's racing and kind of move on. Now the next one is bad betting, and I'm going to give you an example of this. Kurt's had some very good selections in the pick 4 sequence, and let's call it some $12 horses, some longer ones, but he decided to not really keyed in the pick 4 or not put a win bet. He tried to play some exactors and took a few extra horses. His selections was excellent, but that's where we've got to adjust. And I'm not saying Kurt alone. Everybody, if you continue to have good selections and are not winning, that's where you've got to learn from that. Keep your handicapping well and just adjust maybe how you're betting. The last one's the important one here, and that's the bad selections or bad picks on this. This is where after an end of a race, your horse doesn't run well. Don't try to make excuses. Oh, the jockey gave him a bad trip or this or that. Recognize it and adjust for the next time to see if that was your mistake on maybe an angle you've used and it hasn't been winning, and go from there. Anything to add on those 3, Kurt?
Well, for the bad betting, what I did on a couple of those pick 4s where I had the $20 winners, a $40 winner in there, I left out the favorite. I tried to get that one beat. I swang for the fences, and they paid over $1,000. I think that's 4 of them that I had this year that I missed the favorite that was 3-2 or less. And those are tough to swallow, but I have learned from those. And I did have multiple horses in there. It wasn't like I just had 1 horse in those legs. Most of them I had 3 horses to 4 horses and no favorite. I am not doing that again. I will throw that favorite in, take another 3 that I do like out of the 4, toss 1 for whatever reason it is, but I'm not getting beat that way again.
Yeah, especially when you're taking a bunch. That clearly you don't, all of us don't totally like the race that much. If you have to take 3 or 4, it's not as strong as when you're taking a key or a 1 or 2. So 3 days left. Are we ready, Kurt?
We're ready, Stretch. Let's kick it off with a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are maidens. They're going to go 6 furlongs. 5 are going to head postward. Who do you like in the first, Stretch?
All right, I'm not a big fan of taking horses that finish all these seconds and thirds, but basically on the figures and the drop-in class, I've got to go to the one. I think the horse is just better than these, and even if it gets in a bit of a duel, can certainly take over. As many as like 8 to 10 lengths better than these in here. Has raced against the boys in the past. I really like this horse's last race in the non-2 condition, now back with the maidens. Lost to a pretty good horse that for that level anyway, that was sitting on a win. So the one's my top selection, 2's my next selection, and I've had this horse a couple times. I didn't like the last race, but horse does have some speed, maybe get away, but it just struggles to get the distance in there. And I guess if it gets brave and the one's gonna not run last race, that would be only on the upset. And then there's kind of the best of the rest is the 4, maybe 1 and 2 duel, and you need a long shot, but I've got it 1, 2, 4. Kirt?
Yeah, I got it the exact same way, 1, 2, and 4. No more secrets. I like the way that she showed she can come off the pace as she did that her second last start. Last time out was banging every step of the way. But what could happen in here is the 1, 2, and 5, all 3 of them go to the lead. And if that does happen, things can fall apart. And Call Me Captain, the 4, very lightly raced. It looks like this horse is coming into its own. A good 3rd place finish last time out, and this one can definitely take advantage if there is a big pace battle, as Stanley Chady Jr. is riding very well, 2nd in the standings, and he can stalk. So if that speed does back up, could be a good long shot in here, but I still got to stick with the 1 and 2, so I'm 1, 2, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, and this is maiden 2-year-old fillies. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch. Looks like there could be a big favorite.
Yes, I think so. My second choice maybe. Give a bit of a say in there. Yeah, 3 firsters this time of year. I've always found this time of the year it's trainers and owners trying to get a start just to see what they have with the horse, maybe a little bit longer to develop. So I usually try to avoid them at this time and had success kind of watching one and going from there. So I'm going to start with the 6. This horse was bet down early, kind of surprised me on how much betting was this horse. So clearly the horse can run, and she proved it. She lost to a horse that was sitting on a big effort. I expect some more improvement. Get that improvement will be tough to beat. But I'm also going to mention the 2 as my close second choice or close top pick. Horse was in maiden special weight. I like that. The other one was in a higher claiming price, so there's a little bit of risk in there. It was in she was in a fast run race. Didn't show a lot, but again, expect improvement for there. So I think 2 and 6 are the ones that can win this race. And then I went best of the firsters, and that was the 1 because of the 5 furlong works. They're going 5.5 in here. That's tough on the 2-year-olds for their first start. So if this horse can run evenly, but I'm going to go 6, 2, 1. Kirt?
Yeah, my top selection's the same, Fly Through Traffic. Gets an extra half a furlong today. Was not going to beat Big Deal Lucille, who went to the front and widened to victory in there. So Fly Through Traffic gets that extra half a furlong. Didn't break out of the gate that well, but that was the first start. I expect this horse to improve, and any improvement at all, I think this one gets its picture taken. I also like number 3, Critical Condition. One of the firsters in here out of Easy Dreamer, which was a Phoenix Speedball sire. The mother, she hasn't really thrown a lot. This is a half to Patty's Choice, who is still a maiden, but does have some decent works, and I like that work coming in the last one. 37 and flat, and I don't think there is going to be a lot of speed in this race, so Critical Condition just might be able to go a long way. Number 1, Mucho Express. Here's another first-time starter. Not much on the sire. The mom was a grade 1 winner at a rut of ground. She's had not a big producer though. 8 siblings, only 2 of them have made it to the racetrack. Both of them have won, but at cheap levels. And the other first-time starter, Arizona Brew. This is the other Arizona bred beside the 3, Critical Condition. Top Hit, won the Oklahoma Derby at 1 1/8 miles, and also won going short. The mom, Lucky Brew, this is her first foal, so not much to go on there. But in here, I like 6, 3, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The carryover just over $236,000. It'll eclipse the $250,000 today. And this should be a great race, a $5,000 claimer. Going 5.5 stretch. Who do you got in here?
Agree with you. A good competitive 5,000 race. In this race, I think there is lots of early pace in here, and it should set up for the closer. I guess the 5.5 furlongs does help a little bit for the speed horses to maybe try and steal it. But I'm going to go to the top pick, my top pick, and that's the 2. This horse is sitting on another win this year. Has been running really well. Tom claims him back. 2 back would have been right there for sure and gotten a bit of trouble. Last time lost to the very game, Yo Why Me. That horse dug in, and it was a bit of a speed favoring track that day. So it was a smart ride on the jockey on Yo Why Me. I think you're going to get the same stalking trip, same even move, stays out of trouble. I think it's going to be tough to beat and should get a pretty good price in here. Second choice, I had to go with the speed of the speed in here, and that's the 4. Kind of the dropping, classiest speed, shortens up a bit, and could potentially maybe put Hot Roddin away and then kind of hang on, but not leaving out Hot Roddin. That horse just finds a way to kind of hang around, and even when he duels, still in the top 3. So I've kind of got 2 as my top pick, and then I've got the 4 and the 1 and the 5 around there. So I'll call it 2-4-1, Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch. I see 1, 3, and 4 all battling for the front end in here. Major Munnings might be the quickest for a quarter mile, but Hot Rod can really rev it up after 3/8 and won't be far away, sniffing the outside, and will be battling there with Neville Stevenson aboard. That was a great win last time out. So I had to go to closers, and I did go to Warbridge, as you did, Stretch. Warbridge, that was a bad beat for me last time out. I had this horse, absolutely loved it. I loved it when it ran second to Hot Rod in the time before. The horse actually had the lead with about a jump to the wire, and then Yo Why Me got the head down, and I lost that photo by just a whisker. But this horse is running so well right now and will be a great stalker in here. I also like the other horse that really woke up last time out. That was number 5, Otani. Otani ran a big race against Frankly Fun, and I expect that kind of a race again. The horse will be probably sitting last in the field, but the 1, 4, and 3, they will all be tiring late down the lane. So I expect Otani to show some late run, and Hot Roddin just comes to play every single time, even when there's other speed in the race. So I put him for 3rd. So I'm taking 2, 5, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $7,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up, going 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, what do you like?
Yeah, it's an interesting sequence. Yeah, 50,000 for the pick 4, so it's definitely worth a shot. Maybe even a few extra bucks, or get a group together. Last race, or race 3, there was a lot of speed. Here there is some speed, but not nearly as much, and that's why you've got to run that race, kind of figure out the race shape. And I've gone to the 2. I think this horse had a little more speed last time she raced, not as much this time. Sure, Fat and Bitter can show some speed. I think she's just got more. I like the shortening up to the 5.5. I think that makes a big difference. And last time she was 2 ahead of the rest of the field. She lost to an invader from maybe not Canterbury, but it was one coming from the other tracks, or Fargo.
It's coming from Fargo in its last start.
Yeah, so there you go. And that horse likes to win and look real good doing that. So I like that it, like I said, finished 2nd by 2 lengths. So that's a big plus. And then I've gone to the 4 as my second choice, Wits 10E10. I've only made money off this horse all season long. Race, if there is a bit of a duel between the 2 and 3, that's the horse that I've got to be using. 4 in a row is tough for anybody, any filly, and she's moving up, and she's running so well. Can't leave her out though. And then the last one is the 5. Looks so good in the last 2 starts, is moving up in class. Just wins races, but off a month, has a work which I like, but does need to at least run that good to win this race. So I'll call it 2-4-5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I got the same 3 horses. Gold Diggin' Darlin', she went faster last time out than she has in her previous 3 outings, and that was with Fat and Bitter, giving the pressure on the outside. I expect that pressure to happen once again today, but if Gold Diggin' Darlin' can slow it down, she showed good life down the lane as Here City Kitty came up the rail, but she fought back and stayed with it. She wasn't caving in, so to say, and backing up in the field. I like the way she fought, so she'll have a shot in here. I'm with Stretch with 10-10, running lights out as of late. Last time out, stalked the pace, but was a convincing winner by 4 lengths. So this horse is definitely on a roll. And I like number 5, Medium Mendacity. First time out, yeah, I thought that was an okay race with who she beat at a very low price. But then last time out, stalked the speed and overtook the speed at the 3/8 pole and drew off and looked absolutely dynamite and has some good credentials underneath. Previous to coming to Assiniboia Downs, this horse could be a little bit of anything. Yes, it's stepping up, but not a big step up in here in that last win. Ultra impressive. So I like 4, 5, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Scratch the 1 Wits Taquito and number 3, Stone Cafe, a 4-ball in here. Stretch, who do you got?
Well, I hope it runs close to that last four-horse race we had the other day. That was crazy. Unbelievably good. And there's a chance that this could happen. It's obviously a tricky race. 4 horses, you kind of got to guess a little bit in here. I don't know what, I see Kirt's pick. I'm going to go with 5 as a speed. He might think 2 is a speed, and we'll hear from him in a second. I like how the 5 ran last time. That was easily his best race of the year. Basically chased, doesn't need the lead in here, but doesn't have that kind of speed in here. I think this horse can basically get the controlling speed in here and kind of shut it right down, where the others are kind of deeper closers. The 2 has been up close, but then also far back. So there's the stress that's going to happen for Kirt on that horse.
Most definitely.
Also, we saw this last time with the horse the other day. Look at last September, how well this horse ran. Big race on closing day, and then another big race after that. So it could be the cycle come September. Watch out. So yes, that's my horse going to the lead and trying to go from there. And then it's kind of a guess with the other ones. I went to the 4 as my second selection, thinking that horse could be closer. That horse is kind of an in and outer, runs one good one, not so good one. But after a poor effort, the horse does come back, and I'm expecting an improved effort in here. And then 6, I've made money on this horse before, both Kirt and I have. Usually needs a duel. Has easily, if within a length at the top of the stretch, I think this horse can win it because I think he's got the best turn of foot. Wide open race, but 5 is my top pick. I'll call it 5, 4, 6.
Yeah, Stretch. I also like number 5, Be My Macho Man, but I took Ben Roy in here. Couple trouble starts out of the gate and then rallied well last time out against Not Afraid, who went to just off the pace and blew by him and won that with the greatest of ease over Bear Bryan and Muskoka. But the horse did have trouble early on. I really like that win for 5,000 before it stretched out to the mile at the allowance non-2 lifer level, which ended up being a little too tough for Ben Roy. Now it gets a compact field, draws the inside, so I think has a big shot. And I like Be My Macho Man, as Stretch said, ran very well in late September. The last 2 races it ran here were both really good. Had a real bad beat in the last one with the troubled trip. And then last time out that it ran absolutely huge against Wits Coco, who is bet off the board. If Be My Macho Man is the controlling speed in here, they definitely won't catch it. But I'm hoping that Ben Roy is in touch early. And Barley Boy has beat up on Captain John in the last 2 times it did get wins. So that's why I ended up putting in 3rd. I'm 2, 5, and 6. Carrying on to race number 6, a $5,000 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got in here?
Yeah, so it's obviously the favorite. We both have the favorite, but here's something, just kind of a horse racing thing, is realizing who's this horse been chasing. Yes, it's dropping. This horse has been trying to chase other speed. There's been so many rabbits in the race, and sometimes when you look at which horses get 1s in that, that's how you can really, the newer people to racing try to find that in the racing. look at the fractions and look at the class. So this horse, I believe, is absolutely the controlling speed. There isn't enough speed to go with this horse. I expect right to the lead. If somebody wants to sacrifice, that's okay. It shouldn't hang around that long. Any of those horses in that last race would be the big favorite. I even mentioned last week that how tough that non-2 race was. Great drop, goes against the Manitoba breds. Solid play. I don't know what kind of price you're going to get, but
low.
Low. Yes, probably
2 to 5.
Okay, there you go. That's fair. So not really a win bet using the sequence. Second choice is the 5. I like how the 5 ran last time. Was going 1 1/8. Ran a nice even race, and who knows, the only negative is if the 4's controlling speed and gets absolutely loose, it's hard for horses to get caught in that situation. I think this horse is running for second unless the 4's just had too long of a season. So that's my second choice, and then why not? We'll go with the filly. I think she's better if she chases. The way she could get second is if she just chases the 4 and they go slow, and that might beat the 5 late. So I'll call it 4-5-1. Kirt?
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. I think Red of Vengeance, straight to the front. Catch me if you can, and I think we'll open up above 5 on these. Has been testing way tougher. This is the easiest spot ever. Now going against 3 girls and 3 other boys. Henry's in control. My second selection, as yours. Comes off those route races, but the last time it did sprint, it was in the Frank Arneson, and that was against Call the Cops and Impressive Sense. Impressive Sense came back to win. Call the Cops has since come back to break its maiden and win a stake race after. So Henry's in control. Easier field than it's tested, except for Right of Vengeance. Has been with those horses in the past. So I got it down to those 2, and I did throw Sophie McTrophy in for 3rd. I think she was back on really short rest last time out. Now she gets a little more time off. I think she'll run better. That's why I took 4, 5, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, a $2,500 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Well, Stretch, you're going to have to change your handicapping, as I am. A late scratch in here just came across my desk. Scratch number 7, truly and terrific. So, Stretch, wow, this really changes this race.
So while I'm looking, I'm going to talk and say, I never like when Mitch walks in and gives you a note, because I'm thinking, what are we going to get here? And sure enough, I saw him walk in, and then I look up on the screen, and sure enough, all right. I didn't have the 7 as the top selection, but there was a reason, because I thought there was other speed. So as you're watching this, you can be handicapping. Definitely re-handicap this race. Don't stick with your original. Well, you can stick with your original, but the race is completely changed. I'm still going to go as with the 3 as my top selection. It's now become more of a lukewarm situation on a selection here. I like when this horse comes off the pace. Now with that scratch, we'll see what Sheldon decides to do. Can't get too far back, so that's my top selection. I'm going to make an audible and see if Beth's ready for this. Beth, we're going to the 6 as my second choice. I'm sorry, the 4. We'll get it right. 4. Know What I Mean is going to be my second selection up there, because she is now the other speed. This was a potential. Thank you, Beth. Because that's the horse I thought that the 7 was going to be dueling with. Big race last time. She was going to be my bit of a long shot sleeper, maybe in the trifecta, but now she absolutely moves up. And then the 3rd pick, I'll still call Wits Data Link, because that horse has been running well. So it's 3-4-1 for me. This horse has to sit closer, but wow, wide open. 3-4-1.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Stretch. I like Enwara now a lot better now, just by the way she ran last time out. That was a lights-out move from the back of the field to draw off to win easy. by 1.25 lengths, as Karamia was the speed of the race. She was able to track her going 5.5. Now she gets to go 6 furlongs. My second selection in here now goes to number 2, Union Smarty. I think this is the inside of the speed in here with Know What I Mean on the outside. Yes, Know What I Mean does show some speed, and she got away last time out, but Union Smarty has been testing way tougher on the front end, so I think she might be able to get away and run for a long time. And the other horse, number 1, Wits Dadalink. This horse last time out chased after the Karamia, who was loose speed on the front end. And I think with Know What I Mean and Union Smarty showing a little more speed, Wits Dadalink can sit back a little and show that late running style where she got the win 2 outs ago, getting up to win by 1/2 length over Lady Got Away. So I'm down to 3, 2, and 1. Good luck with all your selections this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card of Racing. And welcome down to, here we are with the changes on this evening's 7-race car to racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, the Sunrex People and Places race. Number 3, Lenny Zeal. Make the jockey Sheldon Chickeness. That's race number 1. Number 3, Lenny Zeal will now be ridden by Sheldon Chickeness. Now turning your programs to race number 2, the Winnipeg Ice Stakes. There's just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 3, the CMLS Financial Race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Just a couple overweights. Tonight's Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just under $237,000, and it will eclipse the $250,000 guarantee. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Again, just some overweights, and they're on your monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, scratch number 1, Wits Taquito, and number 3, Stone Cafe. That's race number 5, scratch the 1, Wits Taquito, and scratch number 3, Stone Cafe. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, number 7, Who Hears a Horton, we are awaiting a rider change. Once again, race number 6, number 7, Who Hears a Horton, we will be having a rider change. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our Jackpot High 5 race of the evening. A late scratch in here, scratch number 7, Truly and Terrific. That's race number 7, scratch the 7, Truly and Terrific. The Jackpot High 5 carryover, just under $24,000. Well, a beautiful day for racing here in Winnipeg. Currently under half sunny, half not sunny skies. Okay. Stretch, what is that?
Well, Mitch asked me what I thought the weather was. And
that's why you're not a weatherman.
I'm part-time. I'm golf pro weatherman sometimes when I need to be.
Okay.
So it's half sunny and half not. So that's right.
Well, there's the sun in the paddock there.
Correct.
On the corner.
And on the other side of the perimeter, it's cloudy.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
That's exactly correct.
All right, the temperature, 18 degrees Celsius or 64 Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening. 7-race car to racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 15 minutes. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the final week's card of racing with the $5,000 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are maidens. They're going to go 6 furlongs. A little mix of boys and girls in here. Stretch, who do you like?
Well, giving you the 1 to 9 shot in here. Filly versus the boys, as mentioned. That's okay. We saw one win already this last week and paid a lot more than this one's going to pay. This horse just jumps off the page for me. The horse is sitting on a win. Finds, last time was at a higher condition, non-2, now back with the maidens, and ran against Sizzle and Susie, who was sitting on a win that's for this level a decent racehorse. And then so that's why got to go to her. This is her race to lose. She can sit I'd like her to probably just sit just off and chase the 2. If that's the case, I think it'll be, she should win. I wouldn't bet this horse at 1 to 9. The horse has a lot of starts. It's just certain. Anyway, 1 to 9 is never very good value anyway. So that's my top selection.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I like No More Secrets with the price. A little discouraging to me. I'd like to maybe try elsewhere in here. But No More Secrets, a big race 2 outs ago, coming off the pace after it was off for almost 5 weeks. And then last time out, battled on the front end and got caught by Sizzle and Susie, who did rally from off the pace to get there. Yes, she does have some seconditis, Stretch, and that's what you usually bug me about, betting seconditis horses. 5 starts this year, 4 second place finishes, but I agree with you. She fits very well, draws inside, so she does have a big shot. We both also like number 2, We Need VLTs, Please. Back-to-back second place finishes. 2 outs ago going 7.5, tried to steal it on the front. They battled every step of the way, and Who Hears a Horton was able to rally and get that win. Last time out, battled it out with Russian Red and was still second best in there. We Need VLTs has run against No More Secrets 3 outs ago and did beat her, but there was that layoff in between. Maybe she wasn't 100%.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, the value play right now is the 4 horse at 13 to 1, because as you mentioned on ASD Live, and as we're talking about this, the 1, 2, and 5 could end up showing enough speed. They are going the 6 furlongs. These horses kind of struggle to get the 6 furlongs in, and it would be an easy bet for me at 12 to 1 right now. There's just pure value. I think there's a chance the horse isn't that fast, but just will run evenly, and the others will maybe come back to him.
Well, yeah, this horse is really lightly raced. First time out. Well, give the horse a chance. It was the first experience. Came back with a decent race against G's Poppy's Warrior, who won easy. Who Hears a Horton, beat it by 1.25 lengths and came back to win. Then it tried 7.5 furlongs and still ran a good race in there, even though it ran 5th, only beaten by 3.25 lengths. And then last time out, chased after the 2 speed horses, Russian Red and We Need VLTs, Please. Couldn't catch them in there, but if that pace battle does emerge between the 1, 2, and 5, call me captain. Juicy 11 to 1.
Yeah.
Number 3, Lenny Zeal. There is a rider change on this. Sheldon Chickeness will ride. Only 1 lifetime start. Didn't show much in that field. Beaten double digits. Beaten by We Need VLTs, Please, the 2 and the 4. Call me captain. I think Lenny Zeal will definitely improve off that race, but will it be good enough to get into the top 3?
Well, like you said, the horse should improve. There are no world beaters in here. We've got the 1 and the 2 who like to finish 2nd. The 4 likes to finish 3rd. There's only 1 spot left, so you never know. If I was gonna bet, I'm not selecting this horse, but it only has had 1 start, so it could suddenly figure out racing.
Yeah, might have got a little bit fitter off of that. The horse only had 2 workouts coming in, a 3 furlongs, then a 5 furlong, and then straight to the racetrack to be beaten by 11. You do get a hot rider in Sheldon Chickeness. so that could play in there. All right, let's go to our bets here in race number 1. Stretch, you're going to start us off.
Starting, we've got a big week ahead. Pacing myself on races I like. This is not one that jumps off the page, so I'm doing a Kirt bet. A simple $10 straight try, 1, 2, 4.
All right, and my bet in here, a $20 early daily double, 1 and 6. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2, the Winnipeg Ice Stakes. The horses are on the track for race number 1, the Sunrex People and Places race. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is No More Secrets, owned by Lise Pruitt, Bob Noakes, and Jim Bruce, trained by Lise Pruitt with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is We Need VLTs Please, owned by Ed Esquirol, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Kayla Pizarro. Number 3 is Lenny's Zeal, owned by Trent Height, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 4 is Call Me Captain, owned by Sylvia Harabchak, trained by Fred Rawson with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 5, Stormy Barbados, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Dwight Lewis. The Sunrex People and Places race. Here in race number 1, they go to post in 5 minutes. now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Right, kicking the week off with 6 furlongs. They're maidens. There is the big favorite on the 1 going off at 2 to 5. That there is absolutely no value on this horse. Yes, the horse looks best on paper. Yes, the horse can come off the pace. I can't tout a horse that's low of a price. Long shots to consider is maybe the 4. If the 1 and 2 duel it out, that horse could set it up for a bit of a close. Who knows? The 3's only had 1 start. That horse might improve. I do have 1, 2, 4, but maybe don't bet the 1 to win. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I also like the 1 in here, but the price, I'm with you. I'm not a big fan of 1 to 5, but what I do like is her last 2 races were great. She ran a good second against maidens, then she ran second against winners in the non-2, so that puts her on top for me. But I'm starting to like number 4, Call Me Captain, a lot better, as the 1, 2, and 5 could all go battle it out. And at Rally, it's lightly raced, 7-1. Good luck here in race 1. post time. No more secrets. The current 2-5 favorite is first into the starting gate. Next up, we need VLTs, please. Lenny Zeal is now in. Just 2 left to load. Call me Captain. And just waiting on Stormy Barbados. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, no more secrets. Showing her early speed. In between horses, we need VLTs, please. 3 wide, Stormy Barbados. A gap of 3 lengths back, Call Me Captain is the stalker. And then 4 more back to Lenny Zeal, who can see them all. 24 seconds the opening quarter. And no more secrets with the lead by a length. On the outside, Stormy Barbados. Running rough, that looks like we need VLTs, please. In a little bit of trouble. Call Me Captain. Starting to move up from 4th to 3rd, and Lenny Zeal still the trailer. They hit the half mile in 48-1, and no more secret starts to pour it on as she now opens up 4 lengths in an all-out drive for second. Call Me Captain. Back to 3rd, Stormy Barbados, but no more secrets. Hits the 16th pole and is in absolute cruise control. No more secrets. We'll win by 5. Call Me Captain, second best. 3rd will go to Lenny Zeal, and 4th to Stormy Barbados. The Stewarts are posted number 1, No More Secrets. As your race winner. 2nd goes to number 4, Call Me Captain. 3rd to number 3, Lenny Zeal. And 4th to number 5, Stormy Barbados. They went the opening quarter, 24 seconds. The half, 48-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:15. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Sunrex People and Places race. That's number 1, No More Secrets. No More Secrets is a Bay filly, 4 years old, by Going Commando, out of the mare Chasing Victoria by Northern Afleet. Owned by Lise Pruitt, Bob Noakes, and Jim Bruce. Trained by Lise Pruitt, and ridden to victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:15. Number 1, No More Secrets, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Cam Zeprecht. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race, the Winnipeg Ice Stakes. There are no changes. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race number 2. Oh, welcome to the final 3 nights of live racing, where you have a chance to add a life-changing score. More than $250,000 is yours tonight or tomorrow night if you have the only correct jackpot pick 5 ticket. And on Wednesday, that increases to $1 million if your ticket is the only correct one. The jackpot pick 5 starts in race number 3. Tickets are just 20 cents for you to predict the winners of the last 5 races. And ladies and gentlemen, Assiniboia Downs would like to welcome Winnipeg Ice. They are on our main floor selling merchandise. They have tickets, and you can enter a few draws. We'd like to welcome even their mascot, Little Freeze, that is joining us. That's on the main floor. The Winnipeg Ice are down there jumping their draw as they celebrate race number 2, the Winnipeg Ice Stakes. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2, the Winnipeg Ice Stakes for 2-year-old fillies. This is a maiden allowance race going 5.5 furlongs. Special welcome to TVG and all their viewers. Stretch, no more secrets at a short price. But call me captain for second, and Lenny Zeal set up a good triactor in a little field.
It did. Great example. I would have, unfortunately, audibled on that, but after we're discussing it, that's why I like talking about the races, you know, the pre-show and then the paddock. And as we're talking about, for example, the 4 lightly raced, you mentioned 1, 2, and 5 would go out, and sure enough, that's what happened. 4 literally just ran evenly. And then we also talked about the 3 having to improve a little bit. The horse only had the 1 start. You mentioned about the 2 works. Nobody's a superstar in that field, and he just ran evenly. And full credit to who was on Sheldon on
Sheldon
the 3?
Chickeness
yeah,
on Lenny's.
gave him a ride, rode him to the end, and picked up a few extra bucks for the owners, and helped make the triactor pay really well. Okay.
All right, let's go to race number 2. Another big favorite here, 1 to 9, Fly Through Traffic, the 6.
Yeah, so again, lots of unknowns in here. It's my top selection. It's your top selection. On paper, looks good. Was bet down big time, not this much last time. It was against Big Deal Lucille. Horse certainly figures, like we've seen them improve so much. Again, with so many unknowns, 1 to 9 is not a play that I would even consider, because yes, the works maybe aren't great on the others, but still unknowns. There's horses that don't show much in the morning and suddenly wake up. But this horse ran a good race, runs similar, improves, would be tough to beat though.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And going on horses that do well in the morning or don't do well in the morning, there's morning glories, horses that look absolutely dynamite. I used to be the clocker here for about 12 years, so I did morning workouts. I seen some horses that look like absolute superstars. Then they hit the racetrack and they still haven't won, and that was about 25 years ago. And other ones that looked really slow around there turn out to be something a little more. And Fly Through Traffic, though, this horse did have works under the belt. Lost a Big Deal Lucille, who was loose speed, had a little bit of trouble, gets an extra half a furlong. That's why I really like Fly Through Traffic, and everybody else does currently at 1 to 9.
Yeah, for sure. You've got the 3 as your second choice. How come?
Yeah, I went to number 3, Critical Condition, because what I don't see in here, and really you don't see a lot of it in any of the form, is any speed in the race. But what I do know about Critical Condition, the sire, Easy Dreamer, is a Phoenix speedball. The mom, Critical Choice, was in Florida racing down there and ended up winning races when it went to Saskatchewan. Has a half sister, Patty's Choice, who's still yet to break the maiden. But I just like that the sire throws speed, and that most recent workout on September the 7th, 37 flat, and even the gate work before that in 50. Those are decent works on the speedier side, not crazy speed, but speedier. So I just think this horse might be able to show a bunch of speed in here and hang on for second.
Okay, fair enough. And I went to the 2 as my second choice for a few reasons. One, the horse started in maiden special weight, which I do like that. That was a fast run race. I think, again, the horse should improve a little bit. And the others are getting their first start of the year going 5.5. And the 3 and the 4 do not have the 5 furlong work that I like to see. So that's why I ended up on the 2. Normally the 2-year-olds early on are going 4.5 and 5, and that extra half could be the difference. So if this horse runs evenly or improves a little bit, I think the horse certainly can run second. We both have the 1 for third, and the reason I picked that as my first, or that was best, is because of those longer works. Sure, again, they weren't that fast, but they were the last one was from the gate. The horse is probably in decent shape for this race, and kind of could run evenly, like that last race we saw with the 4 coming and the 3 coming late. That's kind of how I see this horse kind of picking up the pieces over the other first timers.
Yeah, Mucho Express, the mom, was a grade 1 winner over a rut of ground, has produced 8 siblings, and only 2 of them have started, but both of them have won. Both for cheap, but they are both winners. And I also like those long workouts because going 5.5 furlongs for 2-year-olds, especially making their first or second start, that is a long way for them. So I look at Mucho Express off of that. Mom likes a route of ground. All the ones that made it to the racetrack won, and Courtney Ross can get them ready to go. She does have one more first-time starter in here, number 4, Arizona Brew. This one does not have any speedy works. This isn't a Morning Glory. This is the opposite, but doesn't mean it can't run. The father won the Oklahoma Derby at 1 1/8 miles, but he also won going short. The mom, Lucky Brew, this is her first foal, so we don't have much to go on there, but it is an Arizona bred, and Arizona breds, they can definitely run pretty well anywhere.
Absolutely. And then we have that one starter, the 5, coming from Fargo. Was bet down and then didn't get out of the gate, so you just toss that race completely out. I wouldn't worry about that at all, but has 2 recent works. Not that fast, but just getting climatized again. We saw the first race in that the 3 not have anything and then come back. This horse has a bit of an excuse, so who knows?
Yeah, that August 31st work, that was a good one. 37-3 out of the starting gate. And as you said, walked out of the gate is the comment. This horse has to get out to you, even going 5.5 furlongs. Won't be able to walk out of there and then make its presence felt. But what I do like you said, it was respected on the board, bet down to 3-1 in a stake race at Fargo, going 5.5 furlongs.
Oh, there you go.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2, Stretch. We're going to start it off with you.
Okay, we're both hitting the pick 3 wheel. I've decided I'm going to take a small chance on the 2, hoping that horse improves. So I've got 2 and 6 in this race, and then I've got everybody in the 3rd race. I think it's kind of wide open. We'll see if it's bad betting or what. And then the last race, taking a chance on the controlling speed with the 2 in the last. So for $1, it would be $10, but I've got a $2 one.
And myself, I went after the pick 3. I went a different way. I keyed the 6 in here, took the 2-5 and the 2-5. That would cost you $4, but I'm taking a $4 wheel for $16. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2, the Winnipeg Ice Stakes. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $16,000. Number 1 is Mucho Express, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is HD's Hope, owned by Robbie Sharp and Dr. C.A. Spees, trained by Sean Morin, with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 3 is Critical Condition, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross, with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Arizona Brew, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross, with Dwight Lewis. Number 5, I'm Shining Lady, owned by Lars Mathiasen, trained by Curtis Maxwell, with Richard Mangley. Rounding out the field is number 6, Fly Through Traffic, owned by The Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden by Stanley Chady Jr. The Winnipeg Ice Stakes here in race number 2. They go to post in 2 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, race 2, we're going 5.5. We've got 2-year-olds, so there could be a superstar in the making in here. The 6 is the obvious horse. Ran a really good first race. Bet down. Value's not there. We're sitting at $3. Might go a little bit higher. That is the horse to beat. My second choice is the 2. She's also only had 1 start. It wasn't as good, but only 1 start certainly can improve. And finishing it off with a bit of a price at 8-1 would be the 1. Has the 5 furlong works. Needs that extra distance to help her along, so I've got it 6-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 6, Flying Through Traffic. This horse ran an absolutely huge race last time out, lost a big deal Lucille, who hit the front end and was long gone. Gets an extra half a furlong and I think that's going to suit her really well. I also like number 3, Critical Condition, 6-1 on the board right now. Out of Easy Dreamer, that sire throws a lot of speed, so I expect that horse to be out there freewheeling. I'm 6-3. Good luck here in race 2. Mucho Express leads the 2-year-old fillies into the starting gate. HD's Hope. She's also in. Next up, Arizona Brill. I'm Shining Lady. Ready to step in? Now just 2 left to load. The 3 to 5 favorite, Fly Through Traffic. On the outside. And now just waiting on critical condition. Mucho Express, fractious in the starting gate. Critical condition now in. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Braking well on the outside. Fly Through Traffic. And Arizona Brill shows early speed. And these two open up 3 lengths. On critical condition in third. On the rail, Mucho Express. Now HD's Hope takes over fourth, and Mucho Express and I'm Shining Lady are the early trailers. 24 seconds the opening quarter, and Arizona Brill has the lead by a length and a half. Fly Through Traffic, still patient there in second. Moving up in third, critical condition, HD's Hope only above 5 off of it, another 7 back. To the trailers, I'm Shining Lady and Mucho Express. They hit the head of the lane, the half, 48-1, and it's Arizona Brill with the lead now by 4. Fly Through Traffic, trying to make a late move, an 1/8 of a mile to go. Arizona Brill, Fly Through Traffic on the far outside. The favorite gets there. Second's going to go to Arizona Brill. Third to HD's Hope, and fourth to Mucho Express. Stewart's opposed to number 6, Fly Through Traffic. As your race winner, second goes to number 4, Arizona Brill. Third to number 2, HD's Hope. And fourth to number 1, Mucho Express. They wait the opening quarter, 24 seconds. The half, 48-1. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 109-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Winnipeg Ice Stakes. That's number 6, Fly Through Traffic. Fly Through Traffic is a chestnut filly, 2 years old, by Cross Traffic, out of the mare Fly to Me by Belong to Me. Owned by the Young and the Rest of Us, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 109-1. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand Brian Munns, the manager of broadcast and communications, Matt Heisinger, the operations manager for the Winnipeg Ice, the players from the Winnipeg Ice, James Form, Nolan Orzak, and Carter Prosofsky, and of course not to be forgotten, Little Freeze, the mascot, also joining us. Hey, Little Freeze, you're pretty proud. Wait till Charlie Horse gets a piece of you in the mascot race. Thanks for joining us, Winnipeg Ice, here in race 2. Race 2 is official in the upcoming 3rd race. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering, the CMLS Financial Race. There are no changes. We will carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 5. Turning your programs to race number 5. Scratch number 1, Wits Taquito. Also scratch number 3, Stone Cafe. That's race number 5. Scratch the 1, Wits Taquito. And scratch number 3, Stone Cafe. Turning your programs to race number 6. Number 7, Who Hears a Horton? We are awaiting a rider change. Once that becomes available, we will get that to you. That's race 6 of 7, Who Hears a Horton? We are awaiting a rider change. And race number 7, scratch number 7, Truly and Terrific. That's race number 7, scratch the 7, Truly and Terrific. The CMLS Financial Race here in race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. They go to post in 16 minutes. And take note, folks, that the guarantee for the pick 4 pools have increased to $50,000. The pick 4 does start in race number 4, and it's a $1 wager on races 4 through 7. And welcome back down to the paddock for race number 3, the CMLS Financial Race, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering for this $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, going 5.5 furlongs, welcoming TVG and all their viewers. Stretch, fly through traffic, gets up in the final strides after Arizona Brew tried to steal it.
Yeah. Dwight gave the filly a really good ride. It was just that extra half furlong is this time, and that's the only thing, and just got a little tired. That race 5 furlongs, even 5 1/4, the 4 hangs on. But yeah, 6 ran a nice race. 4 looks like she's going to be a runner for next year too. So
yeah, most definitely. She ran her heart out in there, and HC's Hope actually ran a really good third also.
True.
All right, who do you like in here? We got 3 speed balls, a stalker, and a closer.
There you go. So you called it. You said it. 3 speed balls. You right away set it up for where I'm going to, unless I thought somebody could clear, I'd have to go with the closer. And look at that. Jake's already on it. Warbridge number 2 is both of our top selections. Both Bradley. I'm sorry, Bradley. Bradley's on the camera today. And he ran a game race last time. The interesting thing on Warbridge, he's not going to be this close this time. There's no chance. He's going to be closer to what he was 2 back. And I think that hurt his chance. Like, he only lost by a nose, but he had to use the horse in a different way that he doesn't like to be on the pace. Well, there's no chance he can be on the pace with the rabbits in here. It's a nice stalking trip. Take a late run. The 1 did beat the 2 back, but it doesn't say that there was trouble, but there was trouble 2 back on Warbridge, and so you might want to watch the replay on that. I'll take 5 to 1 all day. Kirt?
I'm with you. I've been a big Warbridge fan. That second, a hot rod, and I picked him that day, and he ran absolutely huge. And then in the last race, 3 jumps before the wire, his nose was in front, but that Yo Why Me, who won its previous start at the $5,000 level, found the knot at the wire to beat me by an absolute whisker. I think Hot Rodding, Major Munnings, and Deadly Black Eagle, they're all going to step on the gas pedal and go, and Warbridge will be sitting closest to him out of that and Otani. So I think Warbridge gets the better trip, and that's why I put him on top also.
Yep, for sure. And you've got the other closer.
Yeah, I went both closers in here. Number 5, Otani. This horse took a huge drop 3 outs ago after running a massive race for $5,000, went to the non-winners of the year, and ran a little flat in there, was the big favorite, didn't get it done. Showed some good closing power next time out at the $5,000 level, ran out of ground, but last time really got it going. And that was the second start that Tom Gardapi Jr. did have the horse for, so he knows the horse better. And Otani, Caleb Pizarro, they seem to be getting along really well. So I'm all about the closers in here, 2 and 5.
That's fair. That's fair. I've got the 5 in my tickets. I went to the 4, and the only reason I put the 4 as the second choice is in case the horse gets away. The horse is dropping in class. We kind of know Hot Roddin is the $5,000, $3,500 level. He does try every step of the way. I just think that Major Money's cutting or going at 5.5 has a chance to potentially clear or take over just on the class at the end. It's kind of a protection if the 2 gets in trouble and can't close, and that's why it's my second selection.
Yeah, I just think that Hot Rod is quick enough on the inside to give Major Munnings a lot of grief. The only race that Major Munnings has won this year is at 870 yards down in Turf Paradise. Couldn't win at the $10,000 level when it was a huge favorite going 5/8 of a mile. It seems like if this horse gets pressed too hard, it always comes back. So I had a hard time backing him today. But Hot Roddin's had a great year. 1-2 this year, had some troubled trips. But that last race was a great race by Hot Roddin. Showed speed, a solid early fractions, and held on for the win. But that was 5 furlongs.
For sure, for sure. Pick 5 time.
All right, pick 5 time. Let's go to our wagers here in race 3. Stretch. What do you got?
All right, I've got the players that want to play now, and I've gone place on the 2. To balance it out, I had $60 in my pocket. 24th place on the 2. I'm spending 36. Spreading out, unlike yourself there, I'm going all, taking a stand in this first leg there, Kirt,
Yep.
all.
I see that.
In the 4th race, 2, 4, 5, just like Kirt. Hitting the all button is an upset. There's only 4 horses, that's why I've got the all. Keying the 4, and then I've got 1, 3, 4 in the last. That's 36. You could cut it down on trying to handicap those all legs. Kirt, going for it.
Yeah, I got a $36 ticket also. I took the 2 closers in here. The 2 and 5 with the 2, 4, 5 with the 2, 5 in race number 5. Keyed the 4 just like you did in race 6. Rounding it out with 1, 2, and 3. That ticket, it's a $1 one. So that's $36. If you don't want to spend that much, you can cheapen it up to under $8, 7 and change. $7.20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3, the CMLS Financial Race. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $12,000. Number 1 is Hot Rod, owned and trained by Maria Stanford, Neville Stevenson aboard. Number 2 is Warbridge, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Deadly Black Eagle, owned by Jerry Gowdy and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Major Munnings, owned by Garth Grider and Violetta Adamchuk, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Running out the field is number 5, Otani, owned by 666 Ranch, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Kayla Pizarro. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Here in race number 3, they go to post in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have that rider change for you in race number 6. Number 7, Who Hears a Horton, will now be ridden by Stanley Chady Jr. Once again, that rider change, race number 6, number 7, Who Hears a Horton, will be Stanley Chady Jr. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, another 5.5 furlong race. As you can see, there's not a big favorite. The 4 is the current favorite, but I'm on the 2. I think there's a lot of speed in here between the 1, 3, and 4. I think they're going to battle it out early. The 2, Warbridge, is going to sit about 3 or 4 lengths off and make that move. And if he gets that clean trip, gets on through, I think he can get up. In case somebody gets loose, the horse I think that could get loose, that would be the 4. That's the matter, but I've got it 2-4-1. Kirt?
At stretch, I also like number 2, Warbridge. Has a great running style for this race as a stalker. As you said, 1, 3, and 4 all go bang heads on the front end. The 2 should be sitting closer than the 5, Otani. So I think the 2 gets the jump on him, and then Otani comes flying late. I like both the closers in here, 2 and 5. Good luck here in race 3. Post time! Run, the first one into the starting gate. Next in, Warbridge. Deadly Black Eagle from the middle, set to go in. Now just 2 left to load. The current 3-2 favorite, Major Munnings. And now just waiting on Otani. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Hot Run. Quickly away to grab the early lead. Major Munning to the outside, putting on some early pressure. Deadly Black Eagle in between horses, creeping closer. Warbridge back in 4th, 3 lengths off of it. And the early trailer, Otani, to the outside. The opening quarter, a rather slow 23-2. On the outside, Major Munnings and Hot Rod, they start speeding it up. Settled back in 3rd, Deadly Black Eagle. Moving up from the back is Otani and Warbridge, the early trailer. They hit the head of the lane. On the outside, Major Munnings fighting back. Hot Rod on the inside. Warbridge starting to find some late life in between horses with Deadly Black Eagle. Otani to the outside. 5 horses coming across the track. Still Major Munnings, Hot Rod, but Warbridge finds the wire in the end. Second's going to go to Hot Rod and 3rd to Major Munnings. The stewards have posted number 2, Warbridge, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-2. They have 46-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-1. Results of the photo show number 1, Hot Rodden, and finished in second. Third goes to number 4, Major Munnings, and fourth to number 3, Deadly Black Eagle. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 3, the CMLS Financial Race, that's number 2, Warbridge. Warbridge is a bay gelding, 5 years old, by Data Link, out of the Mare Cafe, by Mr. Prospector, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-1. Congratulations goes out to rider Stanley Chady Jr., who scores the double. Back-to-back winners for rider Stanley Chady Jr. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5. Scratch number 1, Wits Taquito, and scratch number 3, Stone Cafe. That's in race 5. Scratch the 1, Wits Taquito, and number 3, Stone Cafe. Turning your programs to race number 6. Number 7, Who Hears a Horton? Make the jockey Stanley Chady Jr. That's race number 6. Number 7, Who Hears a Horton? The jockey Stanley Chady Jr. In race number 7, scratch the 7, Truly and Terrific. That's race number 7, scratch the 7, Truly and Terrific. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 4, they go to post in 17 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 3, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 4, Major Munnings, claimed by the Young and the Rest of Us trainer, Mike Nault. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $7,500 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Welcoming TVG and their viewers once again. Stretch, we picked another winner. Warbridge getting it done.
We did.
Good price.
I was going
$9.80.
to say great price. Actually, good ride. Timed it. Yeah, I thought he was dropping back, but then he just saved him and made the move. A little bit of a break, making sure that they're, on closers, you need a bit of a break because the speed coming back. Got up. Yeah, solid. So far, kind of a fair track. You thought maybe a little speed. I think it's at least a fair track. But
it definitely looks fair because horses have been able to close from off of it, and speed looks like it can carry if it gets loose, and it could do that in here.
Yeah, for sure. So that is my top selection, and take note, as you mentioned, $50,000 guarantee in the pick 4. I think this is absolutely the play that you want to jump in and get involved on the pick 4 today. My top selection is the 2 because unlike that last race, there was a little more speed. I think, yes, the 3 can press the 2, but we're cutting back to 5.5. The horse has 5 of 14 at this distance. I think it's the key. 2 back, ran a huge race, cleared and won there. Last race, you mentioned it on ASD Live, Kirt, how Gold Dig and Darling kind of battled back. And then I like that she was 2 lengths ahead of everybody else in the race. And so I always look on separation. If all the horses are at the wire, usually it's not as strong a field. And so this horse ran a nice race. Gate to wire is probably the only way this horse can win it, but that's who I'm on.
Yeah, we seen her come off the pace last year running second, but that's not her style. She's run and gun, go to the front, but she had to work last time out in comparison to those 2 wins. She got away with a soft first quarter and then just galloped on to victory in both of those races. Last time, Fat and Bitter pressed her a little bit more, and she really sped up in there, but I like the way she fought back after Here City Kitty came up the rail and went past her. She didn't give up. So I do like her in here, but there's a couple other horses that are really on their game right now. One of them, number 4, Wits 10. She's looking for her 6th win here at Assiniboia Downs and 4th in a row. Last time she went against Medium Mendacity, they were both in the Jerry Gorno barn, and she was used as the rabbit in there. And at the 3/8 pole, she bounced off the rail, and that's why she was 7th, beaten 25. After she hit the rail, they checked and was out the back door. So throw that race out. And this horse really hasn't been worse than 3rd in any of its starts. And Sheldon Chickeness riding really well right now. I think Wits 10, after beating up on those 5,000 mares last time out, going 7 furlongs on a great race, I think she can come and do it again.
Yeah, that's fair. I've been backing her, and you're right. That one race is a throwout, and you look at every other race racing here and how well she's won. I've been fortunate enough to get her, and she hasn't been the favorite. She only was the favorite once early on, and all those other ones were some good value. She does need a bit of a pace to back up, so if you feel that 2 and 3 are going to knock heads, then for sure. I'm with you. That's my 2nd choice. I use the 5 as the 3rd choice. I like how she's running. She's trying to win. They're both trying to win 4 in a row. Media has won 2 here. I like that workout coming in. I do get a little concerned that the horse has been off a month, and there were races for this horse to run. Rick likes to take his time and make sure the horse is right, but gets the right trip. Both 4 and 5 will be at the back and trying to run down the 2 and the 3 late.
Yeah, Rick Wise has 2 horses in here, one with speed, the 3 Fat and Bitter, and Medium Mendacity. What she has shown me, Medium Mendacity, is a power move. She did use it in her first start here to go on by y'all late to get that win, but the last time out, she was at about the 3/8 pole and they pulled the trigger, Rafael Zentino Jr. that day, and this horse exploded past and carried on to the easiest of wins by 5 lengths. Hard to tell how good this horse really is, as it did break its maiden for $20,000 at Lone Star after they took that race off the turf that day. I think this one could be a little, well, not a sleeper in here sitting at 2-1, but she could be much better than her form shows.
Correct.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4, Stretch. As usual, starting it off with you.
Got all sorts of different things going on. We're going to start for the now bettors that want to win here. I just did a start with a $10 exacta wheel, 2 with 4-5, taking a chance there. I've got 2 tickets. This is how I usually play tickets. I'll play multiple tickets and take a chance, or not take a chance. I've got to try to hit one of my keys to win it. If I hit both keys, potentially I get it twice. So I've got 1 ticket, $32, keying the 2 in this race, then hitting the all. There's only 4 horses. And then I've got 4 and 5 in the the 6th race, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in the last. Don't forget about that key scratch. And then the last one, I've got the bookends with all. So all in this race, keying my key there, 5 with 4, and that 4 wins it. I got all in the last. I can sit back and cheer.
Well, I hope they had their pens ready for that stretch. Holy. Okay, I just did a $1 pick for 2, 4, 5 in this race with 2, 4, 5, 6 in race number 5. Keyed the 4 in race 6. Ended it off with 2 and 3. That'll cost you $24. Quick and easy stretch. Did you hear that? Good luck here with all your wagers here in race number 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. Horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $13,400. Number 1 is Storm Stride, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Gold Diggin' Darlin', owned by Mason Bassett, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Fat and Bitter, owned by Wayne Dare, Bernie Green, and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Wits 1010, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickadas. Rounding out the field is number 5, Medium Mendacity, owned by Wayne Dare, Bernie Green, and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Here in race number 4, they go to post in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, another 5.5 furlong race. This time, I think speed is going to be the way to go, and that's the 2-horse. I think she's going to basically get the lead, have a bit of pressure, but be able to hold on, unlike the 3rd race. She's game, like that last race, going from there. Horses 4 and 5, they've won 3 in a row going for 4. Always tough to do, but they do have the right running style. They'll be coming late. We'll just see if the 2 can hold off. So I've got it 2, 4, and 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I went with number 4, Wits 10. What a great race last time out, going 7 furlongs. Gates of 5,000 open mares. Does take a jump up to 7,500, but that's not a big jump. And Wits 10, she is just on her game right now. I also like the 5, but I'm pushing the 2 ahead of it here. Now with Gold Diggin' Darlin', great odds at 5-2. I think the track is favoring speed a little bit in here. And if Neville does the same kind of ride as he did with Hot Roddin', getting a soft early fraction, could go all the way. So 4 and 2. Good luck here in race 4. time. Storm Stride, the first one in. Fat and Bitter also loaded. Now with Teddy 10's in. 2 left to load. The current favorite at 6-5, Medium Mendacity. Now just waiting on Gold Diggin' Darlin'. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Fat and Bitter hurried out early to get the early lead. Gold Diggin' Darlin' in an unfamiliar sitting in second. So on the outside, Wits 10 starting to move up 3 wide. Then there's a gap of 4 lengths back to Storm Stride and Medium Mendacity watching the early action. 23-1 the opening quarter. And in between horses, Fat and Bitter has the lead by a head. Wits 10 running a big one now, goes on by and takes the lead. Gold Diggin' Darlin' trying to fight back at the rail. Medium Mendacity starting to roll, and the trailer is Storm Stride. They hit the lane, and it's Wits 10 who secured the lead. Now by 5 with a 16th of a mile to go. Wits 10, just too good today. The battle is on for second. Medium Mendacity got there. Third will go to Fat and Bitter, and fourth to Storm Stride. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Wits 10 as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Medium Mendacity. Third to number 3, Fat and Bitter. And fourth to number 1, Storm Stride. They went the opening quarter 23-1. The half 46 seconds. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 4, that's number 4, Wits 10. Wits 10 is a chestnut filly, 3 years old, by Drums of Thunder, out of the mare Tate Hill, by Graham Hall, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickadas. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 106-1. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Scratch number 1 with Taquito and number 3 Stone Cafe. That's in the upcoming 5th race. Scratch number 1 with Taquito and number 3 Stone Cafe. Kicking off late pick 3 wagering in race number 5. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Welcoming TVG and their viewers once again. Stretch Wits 10 getting it done again.
Yeah, impressive race, even move. Watching the race is like you know who's winning that race, just how it was run. They Fat and Bitter sent, and that kind of took the 2 out of the race and then completely set up. We talked about the closers. If there was a battle, it would set up for the closers. And that's how it went. So here we go, 4-horse field. Like I mentioned on ASD Live, and we both kind of agreed if we can get a similar race to the other 4-horse field the other day. Wow, exciting. I'm extremely surprised on the horse at 1-9. It is my top selection. I don't have enough people following me or backing my selections to get it to 1-9, but word must be out, or everybody saw the same thing I did on Macho Man here. I thought that his best race of this year for him. Figures are right there. Is not the need the lead type horse, but I think this horse can be put on the lead if he goes back to that last race. Ends up on the lead, and it's one of those when there's no pace to the race. It's usually the horse on the front end, and so who wants to commit and go after it? But 4-horse fields, all it needs is something different, or a jockey thinking I can get the lead. It changes it, but that is my top selection. Obviously, 1-9 is not a horse I would bet in this race. I think it's a competitive field, very competitive.
For sure it is. Barley Boy has won a couple at the non-2 lifetime level. Likes going to run ground. Also, Captain John was a double dipper and won 2 at the non-2 lifetime level. And both of these horses like routes, but what they don't have is early speed. But I think number 2, Benroy, does have early speed. It's just whether the horse wants to use it or not. Ran a huge race in the maiden race way back in June, battled every step of the way with 2 terms and tried to get up late, and 2 terms ended up hanging on. New York Proud ran second, got placed first in there. And then Benroy's maiden breaker was from just off the pace and drew off to win by an easy 4.5 lengths. I think Benroy, after a terrible start last time out, made up so much ground, I think is in for a big effort today.
Yep, that's fair. That's fair. It's just a matter of it's got to sit closer. Everybody can't be too far away unless one of the jockeys recognize the early pace battle.
Yeah, I think Barley Boy will be sitting last in here. That's just his style.
Yeah.
Captain John a little bit closer in all the races. Out of those 2, who's the one you like best?
Well, I did go to Captain John, as you talked about being closer. I did say Barley Boy is the best. If that horse is the closest up front, I feel has the best kick or best turn of foot. I just think if Captain John's running in second, that puts, for me, my second selection.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you there. Okay, let's go to our wagers here in race 5. Stretch, we're starting it off with you.
Well,
30 win on the 5. Well, yeah, not going to get a lot. $1.50 out of that?
yeah. Do I want to do a stretch change alert? Stretch change alert. Here we go. We're going to make a change here. Beth, we're going to...
Oh, she doesn't like that.
We're going to make it a $2 pick 3 wheel. $2 pick 3 wheel. 5 with 4, 5 with 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be $16. So my bet is a $2 pick 3 wheel, everyone. It's 5 with 4, 5 with 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, Stretch has got that, and myself, I'm just going after the exactor box. Benroy and Be My Macho Man, 2 and 5. A $10 one costs $20. A dollar costs you $2. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race number 6. Horses on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1, Wits Taquito, was scratched. Number 2 is Ben Roy, owned by the Assiniboia Racing Club, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Mangale. Number 3, Stone Cafe, also scratched. Number 4 is Captain John, owned by Louise McCallum and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Number 5 is Be My Macho Man, owned by Hardball Stable, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 6, Barley Boy, owned by Wade Heggie and Kelly Woolsfield, trained by Mike Taphorn with Stanley Chady Jr. Post time for race number 5 in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, 7.5 furlongs. We're gonna go 2 turns this time. It's only a 4-horse field. I'm a little surprised on how much money is on the 5. It's starting to go up in value. This is my top pick because I think this horse is the controlling speed. There is no other speed. It's just a matter of what the jockeys decide to do in here. Last September, this horse ran big. I'm hoping a repeat on the cycle there. Gate to wire for the 5. That's my top pick. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I do respect the 5 in here, but I like number 2, Ben Roy. Last time out going 5.5 furlongs, he didn't get out of the gate and got beat by a speed horse who easily won that race. I think that Ben Roy is much better than he's showing. He's out of condition, a non-2 against a non-3, but he does have some speed. I think he's going to be forward placed in here and Be My Macho Man a big run for his money. So I'll take 2 and 5 here in race 5. Captain John, the first to step up and in. Next is Barley Boy. Two left to load. The 1-2 favorite, Be My Macho Man, is next. And now just waiting on Ben Roy. They're all set. They're at the post. Be My Macho Man a little fractious. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Be My Macho Man. From the inside, Captain John showing a little speed, as does Be My Macho Man in between horses. 3 wide, Barley Boy up close early. And the early trailer will be Ben Roy, who's going to sit about 5 off the early lead. But now Be My Macho Man has taken over as a leader by a length through a very slow opening quarter of 26-1. Barley Boy on the outside, starting to put some pressure on. Settle back in third, Captain John, and Ben Roy has reeled him in. 2.5 lengths from front to back. Barley Boy with a neck in front. Be My Macho Man on the rail. The half 51-1. Captain John sitting patiently in behind with Ben Roy on the outside. Be My Macho Man now grabs the lead back off of Barley Boy. Settle back in third. Ben Roy coming with a big run. And the trailer now, Captain John. They hit the head of the lane. And Be My Macho Man has now taken over the lead by 4. The battle is on for second in behind with Ben Roy on Barley Boy. But it's all Be My Macho Man. Gonna win by 5. Benroy is second best. Third's gonna go to Captain John, and fourth to Barley Boy. Stewart's opposed to number 5, Be My Macho Man, as the race winner. Second goes to number 2, Benroy. Third to number 4, Captain John, and fourth to number 6, Barley Boy. They went the opening quarter 26-1, the half 51-1, 3/4 116-2. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:36. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 5, that's number 5, Be My Macho Man. Be My Macho Man is a bay gelding, 4 years old, by Mucho Macho Man, out of the mare Ruby Be Mine by Rubiano. Owned by Hardball Stable, trained by Stephen Gaskin, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:36. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Number 7, Who Hears a Horton? Make the jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Once again in this 6th race, number 7, Who Hears a Horton? The jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Post time for race number 6, 17 minutes away. Well, do you like making a big score? Well, that happens every day from top tracks around the continent and from Australia. A 20-cent ticket can land you a big score in such wagers as the Superfecta, the Pick 4, the Pick 5, and the Pick 6. Make those bets at the Downs. Also, online betting account called HBI Bet or at the off-track betting locations. A local player recently turned $12 into $14,000 in a bet at a California track. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are non-2-lifers are going to go 6 furlongs. A little mixed bag of 3 girls and 4 boys. Stretch, Be My Macho Man, as you predicted. Loose Speed. Fractions were slow early on. Great ride by Antonio, and drew off to be an easy
Yeah,
winner.
it was a great ride. So, yeah, make sure you look at, you might say, oh, he wasn't loose. Well, he kind of was at those fractions. Barley Boy had to try something. Full credit to Chady trying something, because you don't really want to give it to him. But when you have a little more speed than everybody else, and that it showed that last race coming in that he was sharp and sitting on a big effort.
And
we
he
saw
even
one.
stumbled coming out of the gate, or else he would have cleared probably a lot earlier.
Yeah, full credit on Antonio not panicking.
All right, another big favorite in here, 1-9, Right of Engines.
Yeah, it's usually we don't have this many big favorites in a card of opening that low of odds. It is this time of year, but the 4 talked so many different things about this one. The sneaky one here is this horse is the speed. It's always had to chase a bunch of speed horses that Not Afraid can show some speed. Pucker, that horse was a tons of speed. You had
even impressive sense, Delvecchio and City Champ. Not a chance really to get the lead in any of those.
Yeah, and actually did get the lead. Or no, I guess it was one length. The first start going against City Champ, and City, so that tells you this horse is going to get the loose lead and go right gate to wire. Makes a drop from a very tough non-2 open that I thought that might have been the toughest non-2 of the year into a non-2 of the Manitoba Saskatchewan breds. Great move by the trainer because it's not really a drop in class, claiming price-wise. And so that's always important to understand what the conditions are of the race. So you can have a 5,000 open, multiple winners, or dropping to a non-2 lifetime. Still the same claiming price, but the competition very different. And that's kind of the situation here. Yeah, obviously you can't really bet that horse to win, but you can certainly find ways to use it. We saw it in the first race. So don't give up on the race. You can't make any money. You can certainly make it all sorts of different ways. So that's my top selection. Anything to add on that one?
Yeah, that race 2 outs ago that was restricted to Manitoba breds. Not Afraid was in there, who you see beat him in the open company. But the horse that ran second, Crown Royal, that was another horse that broke its maiden for $10,000 against Manitoba breds, and he reared at the break but showed good chasing power. He gets out of the gate. I agree with you. He goes to the front, says, see you later, because there's nobody really in here that can go really less than 47 and change. So, you see Russian Red does have a little bit of speed, but definitely not Rite of Vengeance type speed.
Right.
Okay, who's your second selection? Same as mine?
Same as yours. Go ahead.
Number 5, Henry in Control. Ran a good race last time out in the JW Sifton, going 1 mile and an eighth. Called the Cops was the controlling speed and ran around the racetrack. The time before, ran against Not Afraid and G's Poppy's Warrior. Both of those horses, when they broke their maidens, they won easily by almost double digits, both of them. And then the other time ran against the non-2s. It was True Scout that was controlling speed, rallied nicely for second. This horse will be sitting back, probably with Rite of Vengeance going to the front. Russian Red and Sophie McTrophy will be right in behind. Elsie's Wish will be there, and then Henry. And then I think Henry makes the late run to get second.
Yep. We've seen some deeper closers going 6 furlongs come in, and that's what will potentially happen. The 4 will go out, and those other ones will chase and sets it up. I thought the 1 would sit a little bit closer. That's why I have her third. I think in case there's not a battle, maybe the 1 can run evenly and maybe upset the 5 for a 50 to 1 for second. But
yeah, one other horse I want to talk about, number 7, Who Hears a Horton. Stanley Chady Jr. looking for his 3rd win on the card. Last time out, throw that race right out. Simply Fabulous, went wire to wire. He just wasn't in the race, but ran a good one. Even though it was 4th beaten 13, was 4th place behind Rite of Vengeance that day. And with Rite of Vengeance being the monster favorite, it wins by 5. That gives Who Hears a Horton on the outside a shot at second money.
For sure, that's a good call. Good call.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6, Stretch. Both going after the tractor. I don't have Just for Charlotte for 3rd.
Yes, there we go. $4 tri-wheel, 4 with the 1 and 5. With 1, 5, and 6. I don't know how you left out Just for Charlotte. We cashed on that horse that paid over $50. So much for loyalty. Anyway, a $1 one would be $4. I spent a $1 wheel. I did a $4 wheel, so it's 16.
All right, myself, I went after the tractor. I took the 4 on top with the 1, 3, with the 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7. A $1 one for $8. I got a $3 one for 24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7 for Jackpot High Five Wagering. horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Sophie McTrophy, owned by Gall Stables, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Elsie's Wish, owned by Larry Falloon and Darren Bouchard, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Russian Red, owned by Larry Falloon, Elton Dickey, and Dennis Huberto, trained by Elton Dickey with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 4 is Rite of Vengeance, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Mangley. Number 5 is Henry's in Control, owned by Larry Falloon and Stephen Gaskin, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Just for Charlotte, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Alan Brown with Dwight Lewis. Rounding out the field is number 7, Who Hears a Horton, owned by Colleen O'Hagan, trained by Wendy Anderson with Stanley Chady Jr. Post time for race number 6 in 3 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Furlongs, we have another big favorite in here, deservedly so. Been running against some tougher competition. If gets out of the gate relatively clean, should go right to the lead and just go gate to wire. there's so many good races for this level that he does deserve to be in there. In case there's a duel, then you're looking at maybe the 5. Henry's in control, cutting back from the 1 1/8. It's just a matter that horse has to be close enough to make that move. So I've got it 4-5-1.
Yeah, Stretch, I like the same horses in here. I like the 4 to wire the field like you. The 5, a good race in the last 2. Going a rut of ground and does have a win early on, going short. Couple long shots maybe to add in. Look at number 3, Russian Red, might chase the speed around. And number 7, Who Here's a Horton, will be a late rallier. Good luck here in race 6. Sophie McTrophy, the first one into the starting gate. Elsie Swish also moves in. Next up, Russian Red. The 1-5 favorite, Right of Vengeance, ready to go in. Now Henry in control's turn. 2 left to load. Who Here's a Horton on the outside? Now just waiting on Just for Charlotte. The field is set. They're at the post. Right of Vengeance acting up in the gate. And they're off. Right of Vengeance quickly breaks to the lead and takes over by 3. Russian Red back in second with Sophie McTrophy. Another length and a half back. That's going to be Henry's in Control. And Who Here's a Horton. And then it's 4 more back to Just for Charlotte and the trailer, Elsie's Wish. 22-4 the opening quarter. And Right of Vengeance is up by 5. Sophie McTrophy in an all-out drive in second. Scooting up the rail, Henry's in Control. Then it's back to Russian Red. Who Here's a Horton, Just for Charlotte, and Elsie's Wish well back. The half, 46 seconds. They hit the head of the lane, and Right of Vengeance still with the lead, but Henry's in Control. Making a light run. Right of Vengeance coming up to the 16th pole. Henry's in Control with a full head of steam. Henry's in Control. Goes on by and wins it. Right of Vengeance second best. Third's going to go to Just for Charlotte, and fourth to Sophie McTrophy. The Stewards of post to number 5, Henry's in Control. As your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Right of Vengeance. Third to number 6, Just for Charlotte. And fourth to the 1, Sophie McTrophy. They went the opening quarter 22-4. The half, 46 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 6, that's number 5, Henry's in Control. Henry's in Control is a dark bay or brown gelding, 3 years old, by Quest. Out of the mare, I Am Persnickety by Mr. Greeley. Owned by Larry Falloon and Stephen Gaskin. Trained by Stephen Gaskin. And ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13-3. Number 5, Henry's in Control, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Larry Falloon and Dennis Huberto. Also, congratulations goes out to trainer Stephen Gaskin and jockey Antonio Whitehall, who team up for the double. Back-to-back winners for trainer Stephen Gaskin and jockey Antonio Whitehall. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Scratch number 7, Truly and Terrific. Once again, in this the 7th race, scratch number 7, Truly and Terrific. Jackpot High 5 wagering here in race 7. They go to post in 19 minutes. And just a reminder, folks, about special dining opportunities on the weekend. Friday is steak night and Saturday, prime rib night, both for $24.95. And they are available from 4 till 8. Enjoy steak and prime rib this weekend. Reservations are not required. Also, you're reminded that you can keep up to speed on racing and other Assiniboia news by signing up for the free Insider newsletter. Go to the website asdowns.com and sign up for the Insider. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Scratch number 7, truly and terrific. Welcoming TVG again and all their viewers. Stretch. The gas pedal got stuck on Right of Vengeance, sizzled, but Henry's in control. Got up in the final jumps.
Yeah, that's we mentioned the race went how we expected it, but going that fast, you would have thought there was a duel in there, that the 4 needed to get that lead, but had about a 8 or 9 length lead early, and actually went faster than the 5,000 Open a few races earlier. So you knew when you called out that fraction that the tank was going to be getting empty.
But
and
will it have been enough spread? But it wasn't. I could tell halfway down the lane, Henry was making that big move, and Right of Vengeance wasn't
had the
getting to the wire in
exactly first. with the cutback. Okay, before we get to the 7th, Mitch always the production crew always sets stuff up for us, and today's question of the day. This is if you're more online, but you certainly can tune in if you're at the track too. What is your favorite segment of our show? And so the paddock discussion had the most between what we're about to do. That was 36%. The pregame show was 32%. The betting blast right before was 14%. And seems people are laughing at me for my stretches, hiccups, and name changes and betting blasts. that was 15%. So I'll just try to be better, and then there'll be more people who like the other stuff higher than laughing at me all the time. But that's okay. Got to keep it entertaining.
Well, we need some comedy in the races that we lose, like the last one with Right of Vengeance stretch. Okay, let's get the winner here in race number 7. Who do you like?
Okay, well, this was the fun race today when we found out while we were going through the show that we got the note that the 7 was scratched. I originally handicapped it with the 7 in there, thinking that there was enough speed. It's reduced it. I'm going to stick with my top selection because then that's the 3. And the reason is because this horse looked so good last time and has been running at a higher level. Actually won for 3,500, drops to 2,500. As long as the horse is relatively close, gets a little bit extra distance to time that close, I think she can win it again. Figures are there. But like I said, anybody that's handicapped it earlier and has not changed, you might want to re-handicap it because 7 was your top selection. So how have you adjusted there, Kirt?
Well, I ended up going to Anwara because there's a couple other speed horses in here. Know what I mean of the 4 and the 2 Union Smarty. But it was truly terrific. Just ran such a huge race last time out. Now with that one out, I was kind of scrambling. Now Anwara is my top selection because ran absolutely huge last time out. Is coming back on short rest. But Jerry Gorno has been doing that all meet long with success. And I like that Anwara was dead last in that field last time out. Karamia Mine was loose speed, and Anwara still ran it down. So that's my top selection, but I adjusted on my underneath horses. Now I like number 2 Union Smarty, as it might be the speed of the speed. Last 2 times, last time went against Karamia Mine. The time before that was Gold Diggin' Darlin' 3 outs ago. This horse checked at the break. So cross that one right out. So if Union Smarty can get out and Richard Mangley this time doesn't get the gas pedal stuck, I think this horse can go a long way and maybe stick around for 2nd or 3rd money.
And that's fair. It's a great value and great point. This is a horse neither one of us even talked about with the 7. And this can happen all the time when you get a late scratch. So you're going to get great value on that. I ended up going with the 4 as the other potential speeder being right there. Is moving up in class, but I do like that last race very much. Looked really good, won the duel outside. At this time of year, I like horses that have been winning, and just like the 3, the 4 has to move up, but certainly can be right there. And that's why I adjusted my picks to the 4.
Yeah, know what I mean? It's kind of tough She's twice went to the front and went wire to wire, but she did come off the pace that one day when she was beaten by Videra, the 6 horse. So definitely what Know What I Mean is going to do is a little bit of a question mark in here. Another horse that both of us do like is number 1, Wits Datalink. This horse ran 3 big races in a row at the non-winners of the year for 15, and then won at the 2,500 non-winners. Last time out, had to chase after, didn't have to, but did chase after the loose speed of Karamia Mine, and I think that definitely cost her second money in there. She will not be going to the front. Leave that to Union Smarty, Know What I Mean. So should get a good stalking trip in here, and currently 6-1.
Yeah, that's what I'm listed now. It makes it tougher with a little bit of less speed, but certainly can end up in there in the money. Just briefly, a couple of long shots. It's going to be a little harder on the 6. That horse almost made my top 3. Has closed a little bit. Won back in July. Maybe a fringe player for the try or the super in there, I thought.
Yeah, seems a little off form. Number 5, Bell Strike, another one sent out by trainer Jerry Gorno. That horse was off a month coming into that race and ran evenly, beaten 5 3/4. But there is some races down there that are good enough. Those 2 wins for non-3 and open 5,000 in early June and the middle of June. Those are good enough for Bell Strike to be a top player.
Correct.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch. How you ending it off?
Okay, we've got to make a slight adjustment because of the scratch. That's my fault. I didn't let Beth know. It's going to be...
way to go.
Yeah, it's on me. Beth, here we go again. It's not really a stretch change. It's going to be 3 with 1-4 with all will be the ticket. No change in the cost. $1 is $10. I made it a $2 one closer, 1 speed horse. And that's how I cap it off.
All right, myself, I'm going for a $2 track to wheel, 2-3-2-3 with 1-5 and 6. And another ticket, I'm wedging them in the middle. 2-3 with 1-5-6 with 2-3. A $1 ticket, each of them are $6 each. But I'm going $2 for 12 each and 24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is Wits Datalink, owned by Black Diamond Racing Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Number 2 is Union Smarty, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Richard Mangley. Number 3 is Anwara, owned by Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickanes. Number 4 is Know What I Mean, owned by A2 Racing and Hannah Diltz, trained by Michael Nault with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Bell Strike, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Videra, owned by Doug, Judy, and Carmen Mustard, and Heather Todoric, trained by Doug Mustard with Antonio Whitehall. Number 7, Truly and Terrific, was scratched. Jackpot High 5 wagering here in race 7, and they'll go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Final race of the night, going 6 furlongs, fillies and mares. I've got it on the 3. It happens to be the favorite. She's going to have to sit close, but not on the lead. There's potential that the 2 and 4 might battle it out. If that happens, then it really sets it up for the 3. I think the 4 is running really well lately. Maybe that's the horse that could run second. And then the last one is the closer up the rail. We've seen closers show up. So I've got the 1. So I'm going to finish off the night with a 3-4-1 combination.
Yeah, Stretch, I like number 3, Anwara, also. Huge race last time out. Running down the early speed. Karamia Mine, who was loose. And I think she's going to run the same kind of race. The 2 horse, 14-1 longest shot. This horse might shake free on the front end, as it has been testing a bunch of speed balls, and there isn't lots in here. And the 1 rounds out my top 3. Good luck here in race 7.
Post time!
The girls in for the nightcap. Union Smarty is in. The 1-2 favorite Anwara steps up. Know What I Mean's turn. Just 2 left to load. Bell Strike. And just waiting on Videra. They're at the post. Little fractious in the gate. Union Smarty and Wits Datalink. Riders both climbing back aboard. And they're off. Breaking in a bit of a tangle was Union Smarty. Know what I mean? Quickly goes out and secures the front end by 3. In between horses, Bells Strike to the far outside, Videra and Wara. Very close today in 4th. Then there's Wits Danilink, and Union Smarty, after the poor beginning, is trailing by 7. 23-4 the opening quarter. And Know What I Mean, nursed on the front with the lead by half length. In between horses, Bells Strike, Videra ready to make the move, and Wara nowhere to go right now. Wits Danilink pressing 4 wide. Union Smarty still the trailer. The half 47-1. Know What I Mean with the lead, and Wara now gets out and has to make up 3 lengths late down the lane. Know What I Mean, and Wara coming with a run, and Wara goes on by. The favorite gets it done. Know What I Mean, second best. Third's going to go to Wits Danilink. 4th to Videra. And 5th to Bell Strike. Stewart's posted number 3, Anwara, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Know What I Mean. Third to number 1, Wits Danilink. And 4th to number 6, Videra. They went the opening quarter 23-4. The half 47-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-4. Now entering the Wednesday enclosure, the official winner here in race number 7, that's number 3, Anwara. Anwara is a dark bay or brown mare, 6 years old, by Leighton Heat. Out of the mare Ghost Shadow by Ghost Zapper. Owned by Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-4. Congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno and jockey Sheldon Chickeness, who team up for the double. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno and jockey Sheldon Chickeness. Well, now it's time for Crazy Hour in the second level clubhouse. Beer, wine, and shots just $2.95 and half price appetizers until midnight. Just 2 days of live racing remain. Tomorrow and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. But now, let's head to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.